honestly. That's fine. I can put the laptop on it. Okay. Yeah, no, go for it.
Do you have the link for live stream? Or is that
not yet, no, sorry.
Okay.
It will in a minute.
Okay, yeah, no rush.
It'll be on,
Should I come back?
it'll be on twitch.com London Mets.
Twitch.com London Mets?
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
Yeah. But I don't know the exact link at the moment.
It's like here, it's like
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1. Almost time for first pitch here at Finsbury Park, leading off Dylan Lawler, excuse me, the third baseman, pitching Chris St. Pierre. Hacked off. First base line, foul. Chris St. Pierre got the win in the Mets home opener in the first game of the doubleheader, where he was outdueled for most of the game, but the Mets pulled it off with a gutsy late inning comeback, but then split the doubleheader in the end with the Hearts Toucans. Croydon Pirates leading off with Dylan Lawler, Jack McCarthy batting second, Owen Wagner will bat third, DeMarcus Moreta, the shortstop, will clean us up. The 1-2 to Lawler is low in the dirt, 3-1. Lawler's first game of the season. And he draws a leadoff walk, and that will bring up the catcher, Jack McCarthy, to try to get the Pirates on the board here in the first inning. It's a cold, windy day here in the heart of London in Finsbury Park. And the first pitch is taken for a strike. I say cold, but this is actually pretty normal weather for London in May. Runner stealing second. The throw was behind him, and he's out. The throw was good, but the second baseman overran that throw. It didn't matter. He did get the tag down. That's Brendan Power out there with the putout. Power overran that ball. He could have stopped long before he did. But it doesn't matter. And he'll get another play at second for a 3-2 putout. And from having a man on with 0 outs, the Pirates now have none on with 2 outs for Owen Wagner. I'm assuming Wagner. I did not get the players' pronunciations as I usually do before the game because things were a little bit rushed today. I will double check with him between in the break between the 2 games of this doubleheader. And that one is pulled high into the left field, and that will drop in front of the left fielder. It looked playable. It's going to roll all the way to the corner, and he'll get a stand-up double. Maybe just lost it a little bit in the wind. Off the bat, it looked like it might go foul, but it stayed in the ground. And finally, the Pirates have a man in scoring position for DeMarcus Moreta. Swings on the first pitch. Looked like a good pitch. High fastball. Good one to hit, but just was a little bit late. DeMarcus Murder sporting a 1. OPS so far with the first couple games of the season as he hacks this one foul. That one's high. 1 and 2. If you want to follow the scores for this game, it will be on the britishbaseball.org.uk website, as well as all the games around the National Baseball League today. The 1-2 to Moreta is just high. Another high fastball tailing away. Slid a little bit to the outside. It's a nice pitch. That one is swung foul, bounces right behind the umpire off the backstop. Very short backstop here at London Mets. I am not using a zoom on my camera, which gives you some idea of how close we are to the action. That one's high and hits the backstop. The runner will hold at second, thought about going to third on the wild pitch. But the catcher was on it quickly, and the backstop being as close as it is to home plate, there was no running to be had. And it's a full count. Payoff pitch. Fouled back to the backstop. That one hangs up in the netting, and we'll need a new ball. 3-2 outs again. That's called strike. And I thought that was strike 3, but apparently not. That was strike 2. Low and outside. The runner goes. Throw down to third. The tag beat him and he's out. So Croydon picked off twice on the bases and will fail to score. Still nothing going in the bottom of the first. Leading off for the Mets, the catcher, Joe Cosgrove. Taisei Nakahara will bat second. Quinn Cotton, the shortstop, will bat third. Connor Brown, fourth. Pretty standard lineup for the Mets here. As Cosgrove takes ball high to start us off. Pitching for the Pirates. That's hit, go on the ground to the second baseman and across for the putout. 3-2. It was hit slowly enough that it could have been an infield hit, but the second baseman, Angel Tejera, was on it quickly. And that will bring Taisei Nakahara to the plate. Pitching for the Croydon Pirates is Timo Sali, who delivers strike one. That one swung into shallow right field, and it's dropped by the center fielder. It was a tough play. He was diving out there to try to make it to the ball. Good effort, but it fell just short of his outstretched arm. And the Mets have their first base runner here. Quinn Cotton will bat with a man on first. Takes low, and that rolls slowly to the backstop, and Taisei Nakahara will cruise into second base. And just like that, the Mets have a man in scoring position. That one's low. The Mets stranded a lot of runners in their last game here at Finsbury Park. That one's caught by the second baseman, and it's going to double them off. It was a sharply hit line drive to the middle, and an easy double play for the Croydon Pirates. Gets the man on second, and that will be 3 outs going into the bottom of the second, top of the first in a minute. First pitch taken for a strike by Christian Paul McCarthy. And another one taken for a strike. That one tailed mercilessly across the middle of the plate. I don't know if he calls that a slider, but it certainly slid. That one's a bit low and outside. That one rolls back to the backstop. Sharp pitch. He did not go. So the catcher was ready to throw down to first for the drop third strike, but there was no strike. And we'll do it again. One's chopped over to the third baseman and thrown high. It comes off the wall. I believe that has remained in play, so the runner will remain at first. There was a high chopper over to the third baseman. It took a long time for it to come down into his glove, and he was a bit rushed on the throw. Should go down as a hit. Right down the middle, fastball, strike one. St. Pierre likes to attack the zone today early here. That's a swinging strike, I believe. And very quickly 0-2 here to Angel Tejeda. Struck out, called strike 3, and Angel will walk back to the dugout, having not really struck at a pitch. And a second Angel Ramirez, will arrive at the plate, batting left this time. That one's chopped over to the third baseman again. It's faster this time. It'll go to second for an easy out. Over to first, but it's late. And the Croydon Pirates will replace their runner on first, but an out is made at second. And that will bring up Griff Franklin with 2 outs and a man on first for the Croydon Pirates. No score here in the top of the second. And another Pirate takes a first pitch called strike. Picked off at first. I thought the tag was a little bit late, but he did not get back to the bag, and the Pirates runners here have cost them 3 outs with 2 caught stealings and 1 picked off. Will go to the bottom of the second. Connor Brown batting for the Mets. Quickly ahead. 3-0 if I'm not mistaken. I have lost my scoreboard controls. Where are they? There they are. That's a very quick walk for Connor Brown. He strolls into first, and that will bring up Brian Dixon, the right fielder. That was looked like a change-up which just didn't quite catch the zone. A little bit low. Ball one. That was a little bit higher, and that's going to be through the gap into left field. The shortstop was very close to it, but couldn't quite get behind it. And the Mets will have men on first and second with no outs for Brendan Power. Power shows bunt, pulls back, but it's called strike anyway. The 0-1, low in the dirt. The runners will hold. Connor Brown thought about it, but danced back to second base. No play. That's pulled into left field high, and it's going to drop to the side of the left fielder. Mets will score one. The runner will be held at second. The Tigers late. One comes home, and everybody's safe. So the Mets draw first blood here. And we'll have 0 outs with the same situation. Runners in first and second for is this Gordon Cameron? No, excuse me, Jamie Dix, I believe, the designated hitter. Last time I was filming here, we had quite a few foul balls killing the camera. That hasn't happened yet today, so that was a very sharply hairline foul right to the backstop, right at my head. But the camera is unaffected, so so far so good. That one's high, and it will be 2-1, I believe. Yes. And yes, this is Gordon Cameron batting, and that one's high over to the backstop. First baseman run out of room. It runs out of room. It goes off the netting. It'll be 2-2. That one's lined towards the shortstop, and it goes through into the left field. It looks like there were fielders all over that ball, but none of them could quite come up with it. And the Mets have the bases loaded now with still no outs. That's hit towards the shortstop. Pirates will get one. They'll throw over to first. They'll get two, but a run will score. So a double play limits the damage, but the Mets put another one on the board, and there are 2 outs with a man on third. Pick up the last guy, Rob, as the call from the dugout. Robert Jacobs, the center fielder, batting 9th. That one's in the dirt for ball 1. Mets would love to get this third run here. That one's just chipped foul. It was a low fastball. Probably a good one to swing at, but a hard pitch to swing at. Good location. That one's inside. Timo Sali has pitched well. He's been a bit unlucky with ground balls sneaking through the infield. That one will not sneak through the infield. That's gobbled up by the third baseman and thrown across for the out. And that will be the third out for the Pirates. But the Mets get 2 going to the top of the third. Griff Franklin steps up to the plate for the Croydon Pirates. And St. Pierre again leads off with a called first strike. Getting him every time. The 0-1 is outside. That was a bit of a slider, I think. I don't know if he calls that a slider, but it looks like a slider to me. And that one's in the dirt. 2-1. Mets scored twice in the previous inning to take the lead here. As another Pirate looks at another called strike from Chris St. Pierre. That one's fouled away over first base dugout. But yeah, Chris St. Pierre has been extremely effective for the Mets. Called strike 3! Griff Franklin gets another strikeout for the Mets. That's out one. So Angel Medrano, the DH, batting ninth. First pitch swinging, first pitch hit over to the second baseman and tossed gently over to first for the putout. And a quick 2 outs here for the Mets. Mets defense has been on point all afternoon long. They have picked off one, caught 2 stealing, and have had several infield plays. I do not believe there has been an error. And this time the Pirates swing at it, but it's no good anyway. It swung on and missed. Strike. Another called strike. And St. Pierre looking for his third strikeout here in only 3 innings of play. And he gets it. Strike 3, out 3. St. Pierre goes 3 scoreless. So Timo Sali will stay in to face Dylan Lawler, top of the order for the Mets. And he looks at a called strike 1. Excuse me, what am I saying? This is not Dylan Lawler, that's the Pirates. That's grounded through into the gap, into left field, and the Mets get a single to start us off in the bottom of the third. So Taisei Nakahara steps up to the plate. That was Joe Cosgrove batting, excuse me. I had the wrong lineup on my screen. So Joe gets aboard again for Nakahara. And that one's lined into left field. Beautiful launch angle on that. And he strolls into first. Mets are first and second. The hit parade continues for the Mets. Time called for a mound visit. Just going to have a quick word with Timo Sali to calm him down a little bit, as the Mets have been all over him for the better part of an inning and a half. Quinn Cotton is batting, arguably the best player on this Mets side. A shortstop, batted to a 1.6 OPS last year, currently sitting on a 1.3 for this year. And this is not the situation the Pirates want to find themselves in. This game could very quickly get out of hand if they don't get a couple quick outs. Man visit complete. Timo Sali will dig in again to pitch to Quinn Cotton. That one's just outside. A fastball didn't quite clip the zone. The outside of the zone. Cotton, good eye there. And that one's just high. So a fastball low and away to a high changeup, but both missing the zone. Are they pitching around him? I don't think so. Those were competitive pitches, but that one's high and inside again. So 3-0 quickly here to Quinn Cotton. And that's low, and it'll be a 4-pitch walk. And the bases are loaded for the cleanup man, Connor Brown. Connor Brown also one-dotting this season with a couple RBI, as he takes inside for ball one. And Sali just needs to find the zone here now. A walk is a run. That's a called strike on the outside corner. Connor Brown jumps on that one. That's going to be thrown home for the force. There's no play elsewhere. But Croydon limits the damage, and they'll get an out with the bases loaded. So instead of bases loaded 0 outs, it'll be bases loaded 1 out, no score. And Ryan Dixon, who has a hit and a run already in this game, will come to the plate to try to do some more damage here in the bottom of the third. That's low and outside. It skips to the backstop, but the runners will hold. Catcher smothers it. And it's a bit of drama, but to no effect. And it will be 1-0. The Croydon Pirates catcher just had some of his pads shedding all over the field, so time is called while he sorts out his helmet, which seems to be the main culprit. So we're all sorted now, and Ryan Dixon, digs back in. Dixon digs back in. That one's chopped foul on the third baseline. Dixon digs, that's a bit of a tongue twister. Don't want to say the converse of that, might get me in trouble. Ryan Dixon with the 2-0. Draws ball 3. That one's hit into left field. And it bounces between the left fielder and the center fielder. It looked like he had a play on it, but could not quite get there. That will score 2 The Mets will hold their runner at third. And the 3-0 green light pays off for the Mets with a 2-run scoring double. So the Mets have doubled their score here to 4 and still have 2 runners in scoring position. That one's fouled back. The batter now, Brendan Power, the second baseman. Brandon Power also hot to start the season with a 1.2 OPS. And that didn't miss my much, but that will be ball 2. That one's swung under into, excuse me, that was an infield fly. I thought it went a little bit further than that at first. And that will be an easy second out. An important out for the Pirates, as most balls off the bat would have scored a run there, except that one. Pirates get a bit of luck, and it will be 2 outs for Gordon Cameron, the left fielder. A little bit of confusion here as play was not called, and now we will have a pitch. So still 0-0. That one's chopped to the shortstop. He glances at third, but throws across to first and gets the third out. So the Mets strand 2, but they also score 2, and it will be 0-4 going into the top of the 4th. So the Pirates come to the plate once more in the form of Jack McCarthy, the catcher. And that one swung on first pitch, foul, high foul ball, and that's caught by the first baseman with a diving catch. What an excellent play by Owen Wagner, the first baseman. He had to run full stretch at that ball to get to it, but makes the out. Check swing foul by the batter, who is Owen Wagner, the first baseman. righty to lefty here. Ball called high. Chris St. Pierre still on the bound, still attacking the zone. And that's hit him right into his shin. And Owen Wagner will walk to first base. Slider away for ball one. And that was just high, ball two. DeMarcus Moreta, the batter, batting right. Righty on righty. That's wide and outside. That was similar to the pitch that hit Owen Wagner. That slider that just tails away, it's hard to see. There was nowhere for Owen Wagner to go on that ball. It just seemed to be following him. Moreta shows bunt but draws the walk, and that will be first and second with no outs for the Pirates. So are the Pirates cooking something now? Christian Paul McCarthy, the centre fielder, will come to the plate with a chance to put on some runs. The first runs for the Pirates. There's one out. That's a strike, called strike on the outside corner for Chris St. Pierre. The time is called as that was a foul tip into the dirt. Runners were looking to advance, thinking it might have been a wild pitch, but no. So 0-2 quickly here for St. Pierre. Called strike three, he's out. The third strikeout for Chris St. Pierre. Excuse me, the fourth strikeout for Chris St. Pierre. And it could not have been a more clutch a moment. That's two outs now. And oh, the Mets have picked off another one. That was a very strange, slow developing play where there was a quick throw down to first, and the runner for Croydon, that was DeMarcus Moreta, just seemed to stumble over the bag. And the tag was maintained. He probably lost contact with the bag at some point. It was a bit hard to see from here. But in any case, that'll be the inning. And the Pirates are still scoreless heading into the bottom of the fourth. Jamie Dix comes to the plate, designated hitter for the London Mets. Batting 8th here. And he will see strike 1 from Timo Sali. Timo Sali still pitching here. Actually, he has arguably pitched worse than his stat line suggests. The Mets have stranded 3 runners, and that one's chopped up the middle, and that will be a base hit. Jamie Dix strolls into first place as it split the second baseman and the shortstop. It was not hard hit, but just snuck through him. And Robert Jacobs, the center fielder, once he sorts out his bat, will be the next batter. So Robert Jacobs will bat. With a man on first and no outs, he sees outside. Oh, no, excuse me. Strike 1 called. Look, it was tailing away a bit, but I guess it caught the plate. And a big lead here on first base. That's hit into center field. It's going to drop. Runner advances to second. Runner's going to make a turn and advance to third. It's going to be a stretching up to a double, and he slides in. It was a close play at second. It should have been a single, but Robert Jacobs' speed makes that a double. And that'll bring up the top of the order with still no outs here in the 5th. Bottom of the 4th, excuse me. Joe Cosgrove strides up again. A white hoodie underneath his blue Mets jersey. There's another mound visit going on here to give him some time to think about how he wants to approach this at bat. Lots of options with men on second and third and still no outs. Robert Jacobs is still happy about that double. He's gone on to give a high five to Jamie Dix, who's now on third, and the third base coach, and just have a short conference while the fielder's mound visit goes on. Joe Cosgrove is 1 for 2 in this game so far. No RBI yet, but hasn't had a lot of good opportunities. Behind him, Tase Nakahara has not had a hitless at-bat in this game. And I think part of the conversation for the Pirates here is just going to be, how do you limit the damage? Still no outs. It is a windy but somewhat dry day in London. And it looks like they have replaced the pitcher. So there will be a new pitcher for the Pirates. And I will try to find out who that is. Number 60. Number 60 is listed as Lorenzo Arango Fenton. Young guy by the looks of him. Not too young, born 2008. Pretty clean stat line so far this year. He's had 2 strikeouts in I'm not sure how many appearances, slightly obscure stats we have sometimes here in the NBL. Oh, there's his pitching. 1 appearance, ERA of 14, 1 innings pitched with 2 earned runs. That was probably likely also in relief. In any case, these runners on base will be charged to his predecessor, Timur Sali, should they score. Well, he's a nice loopy, changey curve, which might do some damage here, or limit some damage, rather, for the Pirates. Two more, says the umpire, and we will have resumption of the game in a moment. Still no outs in the bottom of the 4th. Men on 2nd and 3rd. And it will be righty on righty to Joe Cosgrove. They had Jacobs Robert advancing on an error in that play. I'm not sure what the error was. Maybe they just thought the center fielder didn't come up with it quite cleanly enough. It was certainly a stretched double at best. It did not look like a double off the bat. Maybe that's what they were thinking. Anywho, play called, and it's straight down the middle for strike 1. That one's slider outside. Maybe a fastball, but it did have a bit of trailing on it, moving away from the batter. That's a similar pitch, also outside, 2-1. Joe Cosgrove, patient at the plate in all of his appearances so far. It's clipped back to the backstop, strike 2. And my camera's gone slightly askew. And that is a bulk called. I didn't quite see it, but whatever the cause, the Mets have scored again, and the runner on 2nd advances to 3rd. Stop-start motion by the looks of it. And there'll be a mound visit, or a conversation with the umpire, perhaps. So I think the umpires explained that it was tapping the foot sort of before and after set position. Once you're set, you have to go. That one's swung on high over the first base. It's going to go foul and out of play. Update the score there for you. Just high. And that, if I'm not mistaken, will run the count full. Yes, full count to Joe Kurzgrove. And that's outside, and he will take the walk. So first and third now. For Taisei Nakahara. That's a ball high. Taisei looking warm with a scarf around his neck as he bats through this cold spring afternoon in London. That's high. That swung onto the second baseman. There could be two here. Flipped to the shortstop for 1 out. Flipped to the first baseman. And I think he was called safe. That was a close play. And that will be very consequential as a run scores from third. So Nakahara gets an RBI on the fielder's choice. And Quinn Cotton will have a chance to add on here. I'm not sure that's 1 out or 2. Anyhow, that's a strike. Maybe 1 out. Runner goes. There's going to be a play at second, and no, it hops through inner center field. Nakahara will stay at second. The kind of a similar to that first inning Mets play where the second baseman just overran the play slightly, or maybe it was the shortstop this time, but the throw is bang on target. It just wasn't gathered. Be a strike fastball to Quinn Cotton, 2-1. Ball outside. And, well, the official score has that at 2-1. Maybe I miscounted. That's low. Nakahara's going to take off a third. That goes into left field. Nakahara's going to come home on the error. The Mets score again. And it's 0-7. Well, it's quickly getting out of hand here for the Pirates. And it will be a full count, bases empty pitch to Quinn Cotton. That one swung into deep center field. Center field is under it, and it's going to be caught for the out. Quinn got a lot of that, but not quite enough. In the wind and damp weather, it takes a lot to get a ball out of here in Finsbury Park. I was reading the official rules of baseball the other day, and it refers to fences and also hedges, which is consoling for an Englishman. If we had a hedge here, I suspect games would be much longer, as a lot of ground rule doubles end up out there. That's just high for ball 1. That's more high, ball 2. Dugout wants a 2-out rally, although the Mets have scored quite a lot already. And that's going to be 3-0. Time called for the catcher as he wants to have a word with his pitcher. Umpire will take the chance to dust off the plate. Play resumes. And it's going to be a walk for Ryan Dixon, a slow 4-pitch walk with a couple interruptions in between. So the Mets have a man on first for Ryan Dixon is the batter, the right fielder. 2 outs. The Mets have scored 3 in this inning. And a lot of that has been down to the Pirates just not been good enough with their fielding. They have let several through the infield, which should have stayed in the infield. And a couple errant throws have gifted Mets bases and a run. Two back-to-back checks on the runner of no consequence. Ball high. Very polite, this crowd, when checks on the runner. They don't boo at all. They just watch it happen. And excuse me, we have a pinch hitter. This is Walter Bass pinch hitting for Ryan Dixon. And that one's lined down the third baseline, foul. Good contact from Walter Bass. And that will bring us to a full count. High and outside, and it's a walk. The runner was going, it doesn't matter. Brendan Power strides to the plate once more. That's high and inside. Man on first and second now for the Mets, and this inning just refuses to die. Mets keep chipping away, keep getting men on. That one's outside. That's hit into centre right field, but caught by the right fielder. And that'll be finally the third out. But the Mets add on 3. 7-0 Mets going into the bottom of the fourth. The top of the fifth, excuse me. Can't read my own scoreboard. Nobody saw that. Angel Tejada will come to the plate to Chris St. Pierre, who rises the mound again for the Mets. The only man out here in stockings, but boy, does he look good in them. Stripy stockings even. He winds and deals, and it's low and outside into the dirt. Ball 1. That's chopped over to the third baseman. Oh, the third baseman made an excellent stretch to get it, but the runner beats the throw. That was a tough play for Nakahara at third base. And it just misses. Just late, I should say. It was a good throw. It was a good play, but the runner just beat it out. And this will be the other Angel Ramirez, swings and misses, strike 1. Generous lead for Nakahara. That catches the outside of the plate, strike 2. A generous lead for Tejada, I should have said, is the runner on first. That's hit sharply towards second base. The Mets get 1, the Mets get 2, double play. A 3-6-2 cleans the bases, and there's 2 outs. First pitch is a ball just outside to Griff Franklin, the left fielder. And that one's low. That one's chopped over to the shortstop. Fired over to first base for the third out. And the Mets defense solid again as the Pirates are held scoreless going into the middle of the fifth. Mets lead 7-0 here in the fifth. Fenton will stay in to face Gordon Cameron. That one's just high. Mets have been getting him on, getting him over, and getting him in. They scored twice in the second. High foul ball behind to the backstop. They scored twice in the second, twice in the third, 3 times in the fourth. 7 runs on 9 hits, a relentless parade of base runners has made it difficult for the Pirates to keep control here. That's high ball 3, and Gordon Cameron looking to get, am I right in saying, his first walk of the day? And he does, and he will stride down to first base. Mets have everyone on first with no outs. first pitch is outside to Jamie Dix, the designated hitter batting eighth. And Fenton just having a little bit of trouble finding the zone. Takes a moment to kind of collect himself on the mound as the ball goes down to the shortstop. Checks on the runner. Fenton, a tall fellow with a very long, lanky pitching action, reminiscent of Chris Sale. But without the sidearm factor, it actually comes quite close to his head. So everybody's surprised to find out that the last pitch was a strike, so it's 2-1. That one's low and in the dirt, and the runner will take off a second on the wild pitch and will stride in. Gordon Cameron gets second base standing up. And the Mets have a runner in scoring position again with no outs in the fifth this time. And a walk is drawn. So the Mets have runners on first and second for Robert Jacobs. And can he play hero again? Robert had a 2 RBI single, which probably should have gone down on as a double, but a slightly harsh error given to the center fielder. Takes ball one on this occasion. And a bit of sunshine has crept onto the field here in Finsbury Park for the first time today. Ball in the dirt. 2-0. Fenton leans back, leans forward, looks at second now. Winds and deals. And that's a cold strike of the knees. Strike one. Pitcher just checking the runner on second back. There's no throw, no play, but just didn't want him taking a lead off as much as he was. Now delivers a fastball outside for ball three. Well, there's no use checking the runner if you ain't throwing strikes. And Robert Jacobs is looking patient here at the plate. And that's high, and that will walk another runner. Mets are the bases loaded, no outs. So Joe Cosgrove will stride to the plate. Top of the order now, bases loaded for the Mets. That's high ball one. And a stop-start motion call again. So the second base umpire just explaining to Fenton where his legs are going wrong. But I think the umpire has it right. There was a clear stop-start motion there. 23-year-old Fenton looks a little bit frustrated out there, and it might be going to his head a little bit here. So the Mets make it 8-0 on the balk. That clears first base for Joe Cosgrove. That's a strike at the knees. Nice pitch. The 2-1. Swung on and missed. Strike 2. Evens up the count for Fenton. That one's high. Cosgrove spits on it, and that will work the count full. Cosgrove has a walk already in this game and a hit. That one's chopped over to the backstop on the first base line for a foul ball. And supply of baseballs delivered to the umpire. Still no outs here in the bottom of the 5th. That's a walk again for Cosgrove. And Taisei Nakahara will come to the plate once more. He has 2 runs, 2 hits, an RBI, and a flawless on-base percentage in this game so far. Excuse me, nearly flawless. I think there was a fielder's choice in there. And there's a new pitcher on the mound for the Pirates. It will be number 52. Number 52 is Angel Medrano, who is only listed as an outfielder for the Pirates. But he's properly hurling it here in his warm-up, so let's call him a pitcher. Mets ahead of the Pirates 8-0 here in the first game of this doubleheader, bottom of the 5th. We'll take a short break. So Nakahara is summoned to the plate to face I clicked the wrong player here. Angel Medrano. Croydon Pirates sporting 3 Angels this May. We have Angels in the outfield and in the infield, and now on the mound. Nakahara takes ball 1. And now Morales fires his first strike. Excuse me, Modrano. That one's high and outside, ball 2. Mets still with the bases loaded here. 8-0. That one's a fly ball into right field. The right fielder is under it. He makes the play. Runner tags from third and will score easily. And the other runners advance as well. Good base running from the Mets gives us second and third with 2 outs and a run scores. So it's now 9-0 Mets, with Quinn Cotton at the plate with 1 out and 2 men still in scoring position. That one's just high, ball 1. And I believe that was a intentional walk from the dugout. They're trying to bring everyone onto the grass. Are the Pirates. For Connor Brown, the first baseman. Looking for the force play here. That's inside. That's a strike inside. 1-1. Decent pitching so far from Moreno. That's chopped over to the third base. Going to fire home for the force at home. Only 1 out will be made on the play. And that will be the second out. I forgot to record the first one, which was the fly ball to the outfield. Apologies for that. So the bases remain loaded, but there's now 2 outs. And despite a steady possession of base runners, the Mets have only scored 2. Walter Bass strides to the plate, righty on righty. Now digs in to face Moreno. Moreno to Bass, it's high and ball 1. That one's in the dirt. Ball 2. Croydon looking to keep it tight here to avoid the loss. That one's low in the dirt, ball 3. 3-0 count to Walter Bass. Strike down the middle, strike 1. Nice fastball from Moreno. That's cut over to the second baseman, and it's called safe at second. And that will be the game by mercy rule as the Mets score. It's 0-10. It only took him 5 innings. And the hero of that game surely will be Chris St. Pierre. 5 innings pitch, only 2 hits, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts, and a complete game shutout. We'll be back with the second game of this doubleheader in a short while. We're going to get started in a minute with the second game of our double header between the Croydon Pirates and the London Mets. Game 2. The first game was a bit of a blowout. The London Mets scored 10 in 5 innings, triggering the mercy rule. And I am trying to find this game in the system. There it is. We should be getting a bit of an early start here. It's only 2:40 as opposed to the 3 o'clock billing time. But if we start early, we can finish early. And first pitch winning, first pitch crushing. It's gone! No, it's a ground wall double. Oh, it was almost a home run. It just clipped through the bottom of the net. I thought it was beyond the net. Trying to follow it from here. But it's a first pitch double for the Croydon Pirates. And I have yet to see this game on the scoring, so I will try to bring that up for you. Yeah, as soon as the scorer opens the scorebook, I will be able to get you the rosters and the information here. The runner breaks off for third, and the throw is high. The runner's going to break for home. And Croydon quickly up 1-0. I forgot to reset my scoreboard, which would be helpful. Strike at the knees for strike one. That's 1-1. I'm still trying to find the scoring for this game. As you can see, the game on the system, but previous game seems to be live. This game seems to be nowhere. So I'll try to work that out. And Croydon draws a walk. Number 28 pitching is Taisei Nakahara, who spent the previous game at third base. That one's grounded over to the second baseman, goes for 2. The lead runner is out. The first runner at first is safe. That will go down as a fielder's choice, and it'll be 1 out, bases empty. That was very high foul ball, but didn't go anywhere useful for the catcher. Nakahara gets a sign he likes, winds and deals. At the knees again, strike 2. That's a nice fastball low to the right-hander. That one's a bit too low and outside. Harlow winds and deals inside this time. Another fastball. 2-2. That's high and out of play behind where we're sitting. That's low and outside, and the count will run full. Well, the Mets wanted a swing there. That is ball 4, yes. So that is a walk. Took us a while to work it out. Mets wanted strike 3. Umps thought it was full count, but it was just ball 4. That's a strike at the knees, strike 1. Some very aggressive lead for the runner at first, although I'm not sure where he's going to go unless it's a double steal. And that's strike 2, cold. Just low, ball 1. Didn't miss by much. Grounded to shortstop, flipped to second for the out, thrown down to first late. Pirates will have runners at the corners, but the Mets get an out. It was a very late call of time attempted by the batter, but it's ball 1 anyway. On the outside fastball. Next one's in a similar location for ball 2. Check, swing, strike. 2-1. Now the batter manages to call time. That's low. And the ball goes over the second baseman into the outfield. That's going to score 1. And the throw him out on the double steal attempt causes a run to score. And for the first time, Croydon Pirates are on the board. Called strike 3 and he's out. So the Mets limit the damage to 2 going into the middle of the first. Joe Cosgrove will lead off for the Mets once more in this second game of this doubleheader against the Pirates. Pitcher winds and deals, and that's low and outside. Strike at the knees, strike one. That is also low, but this time it's a ball. 2-1. In the dirt, ball 3. 3-1. Low again, and Mets get a free base to start us off in the bottom of the first. Number 4 on the mound for the Croydon Pirates is Griff Franklin. That one's chopped over the first base dugout, foul. Franklin listed at 2B SS. But he has at least 4 pitches because he's just shaken off 3 signs. Runner breaks for second, and he's going to steal without a contest as the catcher dropped it. And the Mets convert their walk to a runner into scoring position. And that hit him. It was high and inside. Made a half-hearted attempt to get away from it. And that would be first and second with no outs. And it will be the Mets star shortstop Connor Griffin at the plate to drive in some runs here. Pitcher looks at first, looks at second, then deals, and it's low and inside, ball 1. Pirates have been shy of Connor all night, giving him very little to hit. He crushed one to deep center for a high fly out. That's a strike on the outside corner to Quinn Cotton. 1-1. That's just on the outside sliver of the plate. And the count goes 1-2. And suddenly Franklin has unlocked a delivery that he likes. That one's crushed to deep left field. It's foul. That looked like it had a chance to empty the bases, but it just drifted over the foul line at the last possible moment. And again, Quinn Cotton crushes one to no effect. That's just outside. Gutsy take from Quinn Cotton. 2-2. And yeah, looks like the box score is up for this game. And I can tell you that Quinn Cotton will be, unsurprisingly, followed by Connor Brown. Similar order to the first game, maybe even identical order. Walter Bass stays in at number 8. Called strike 3 and he's out. A strikeout gives the Pirates the second out. And it's a clutch strikeout of Quinn Cotton to bring up Connor Brown. And I'm not sure what happened there. The lead runner Joe Cosgrove, got caught up between second and third. So that will be the second out. A man remains on second. Swung foul to the backstop. High. So after threatening, the Mets have kind of run themselves into a much less favourable position here. George Franklin shakes off 3 signs again. Wines delivers, and it's low and inside. Fastball. High and inside. Ball 2. Franklin likes to play with that shadow zone. He's got good location on his pitches so far. And a quick mound visit to make sure the catcher and the pitcher are on the same page. Christian Paul McCarthy catching for Croydon. Time and then play called quickly, and then we will have the 2-1 hit high in the air to right field. The second base circles around it, and he fails to make the play. Everybody's safe. The runner had to hold at second. No infield fly called. And so it will be a safe hit, or perhaps an error to first. And the Mets have runners on first and second again. So 2 outs still. For Jamie Dix. And he sees a ball low. Franklin winds and deals. That one's chopped over to third. It stays fair. And he steps on third for the out. And after threatening several times in the first, the Pirates managed to keep the sheet clean. 2-0 going into the second inning. Leading off this inning for the Pirates, it will be Angel Tejera, the second baseman. Saw him in the coffee shop between the games, and he was complaining about the cold. I don't blame him. Nakahara deals, and it's inside for a strike. Caught the inside corner of the plate. Great pitch from Nakahara. Swung on a miss, strike 2. Quickly ahead in the count is Taisei. The 0-2. Swung on into the infield. It'll stay up for the shortstop. Quinn Cotton, 1 away. So a quick first out for the Mets to bring up Timo Sali, the starting pitcher in the previous game, now moving over to right field. Nakahara catches the inside corner again for a leadoff strike. That's a nice pitch there, almost unhittable. And that's strike 2. The batter stepped out of the batter's box. I don't think he ever asked for time. It's kind of a strange move. And that one he got a piece of. It's a foul ball. So quickly 0-2 again for Taisei Nakahara. Taisei winds and deals. It's cut over to third. The third baseman bobbles it. Went off his leg. And he's going to be safe easily. There's no throw. So the Pirates get a base runner for Griff Franklin. Not to be confused with George Franklin, who's on the mound. Different Franklin. And a very quick check on the runner. Just low. Nakahara has been sharp through 1.5. He's a bit unlucky to have allowed a couple runs. Pirates are getting some of the luck they lost in their first game of the doubleheader, where they were definitively unlucky. Shows bunt, strike. He pulled back, but I think that pitch was just in the zone. Nakahara to Franklin of the Griff variety. Swung on a missed, a strike. Very nice change-up from Nakahara, crossed up the batter. About to say batsman. It's a antiquated cricket way of describing these people. That's just outside for ball 2. Swung on a miss, strike 3. Nakahara gets his first strikeout of the game to bring up Dylan Lawler. I always want to say lawyer. Why am I saying that? Maybe it's because there's a Y in his first name. Lawler has a hit and a run from the first inning. Runner goes, and that hit him. They were asking if the ump was okay, but I think the batter took the brunt of that strike. So it would have been a stolen base, but it's nullified by the hit by pitch. And that will bring up Jack McCarthy, the center fielder, who walked earlier today. Swings at the first pitch, and it's foul over the netting on the first base dugout. Winds and deals, and it's low for ball 1. Two outs for the Mets, trying to prevent the Pirates from adding on here. The 1-1 from Nakahara. Cut over third base, foul. Nakahara goes back ahead in the count, 1-2. Right down the middle, strike 3 called. A beautiful strikeout from Nakahara, and keeps the sheet scoreless in the second inning. Going to the bottom of the second, 2-0 Pirates. Leading off for the Mets, it's Brendan Power, the second baseman. Swings on the first pitch from Franklin over the netting, foul. Rehearses his swing a second time. It's a decent swing, he's just a little bit under it. The 0-1. Low, ball 1. Mets just need some base runners here. They've got the right idea. Encouraged, or they should be encouraged, by a 10-0 victory wipeout in the first game of this doubleheader. That one swung into right field, but the right fielder is under it for out number 1. That'll bring up Gordon Cameron, number 61. Cameron yet to really get going this season, batting just 154. That's crushed in the deep left field. Left fielder's under it and makes the catch at the warning track if we had one. And that was a long fly ball, but it stays in the yard for out number 2. That one's bounced to the plate. Ball 1. Walter Bass now batting. That one's hit and it's under. And it goes off the catcher's glove and dropped. It was a gettable foul pop. But Walter Bass survives and it'll be 1-1. That's low in the dust. 2-1. Winds and deals again. Fastball strike. 2-2. The 2-2 low and in the dust. 3-2. Full count for Walter Bass. Strike 3 called and he's out. Pirates keep a clean sheet in the second and will go to the top of the third with the Pirates still leading 2-0. Righty on lefty. High and outside. To who's batting? Moreta? No. Owen Wagner. That one's in the dirt. 3-0. That's a full pitch walk to Wagner. He'll walk down to first, and that will be Domarcus Moreta. Swinging right. Nakahara checks to first. Slightly deceptive action, but the runner not fully deceived, and everybody's safe. Nakahara now deals to the plate. It's a bunt down the third base line. It's going to hook foul. Nakahara now swinging, and he ducks under a fastball at the head. Nakahara taps his chest in a gentle apology. Nakahara now winds and deals. That's swung under into center field. That's going to drop. That's a home run. Didn't feel like it had the distance, but it did. And the Pirates empty the bases and score 2. Still no outs now, with Christian Paul McCarthy stepping to the plate. Swung under into the netting, strike 1. That's grounded through the gap between the third baseman and the shortstop into left field. And he will cruise into first base with a single. Still no outs, and the Pirates are making good contact here in the 4th inning. Excuse me, the 3rd inning. Franklin, the pitcher, now at the plate. Distinguished with a white helmet, unlike the rest of his compatriots in black. Don't know if this is a Croydon tradition, put your pitcher in a white helmet, who knows. That's a strike. Nice fastball on the outside half of the plate. 1-1. Check down to the runner again, safe. Well, the Pirates have avoided base running drama in this game, which really got them out of the running early in the previous game. Swung on a missed, strike 2. Nakahara has a very difficult fastball to hit. Nakahara takes the sign, but it's in the dirt. 2-2. Four runs now for the Pirates, with a 2-run home run from DeMarcus Morera. Excuse me, from Christian Paul McCarthy, the catcher, who hit the home run. Oh no, maybe it was Moreta. Having trouble reading my own scores here. That's swung under into deep right field. It's going to be caught. And the Mets finally get an out in this top of the 3rd. So there's a short conference going on here with the umpires and the looks like a umpire equipment adjustment going on with the leg guard of the home plate umpire. Now we're ready to resume play. 0-0, 1 out. Nakahara pitching to Angel Tejera. And that's a low check to the first base runner. Picked nicely by the first baseman. No play. That's swung under. It's going to stay in the infield. I got it. Calls Quinn Cotton. And there's 2 outs. So after the early damage, things have settled down a bit for the Mets in this third inning, excuse me. I keep thinking it's the 4th inning for some reason. That's inside ball 1. Nakahara has been effective with his pitchers. It's just the Pirates have been on top of them occasionally. Runner goes, and there's a throw, and it's wide. No play. And the Pirates have finally successfully stolen a base. And they'll have a runner on second. The Pirates have tied up their base running mistakes in this second game. They were really struggling with that in the first game, but had been much more solid this time. Maybe they had a chat. That's cut off the batter, foul ball. That should be full count if my math is correct. It is. Full count, 2 outs. Runner will go. Swung on into left field. It's going to be fair. Goes off the left fielder's glove and against the wall, and the Pirates will add on another run. Timo Sali, the batter, gets a double, RBI double, and it's 0-5, or 5-0, I should say, traditionally. And the left fielder, Griff Franklin, will be the next batter. That was a nice piece of hitting by Sali. It was an inside pitch, but he kept it fair down the third base line. Good launch angle as well, comfortably over the third baseman. Shows bunt, and he does lay it down. It's going to go to the pitcher. Nakahara fires to first, gets the out. Nice play from Nakahara to secure the third out. And we're all done here in the third inning. We will go to the bottom of the third in a few minutes. Rob Jacobs now stepping to the plate at the bottom of the order for the Mets. And takes low and inside for ball 1. Rob Jacobs played hero earlier today with a single stroke double which scored 2. And he's quickly ahead in the count here, 2-0. And now 3-0. Franklin having trouble finding the zone against Jacobs. And that's a gift to Jacobs, who was told to swing freely by the dugout, but as he was going out. Franklin now finds the outside half of the zone with a strike, 3-1. Patient take from Jacobs. And that's a check swing ball. And he went. It's a strike. And I thought you were my friend, says Jacob to the other umpire. So it'll be full count instead of a walk. And Franklin gets bailed. That's a slow grounder to the shortstop, fired across, and he got him by half a step. Nice play by the shortstop, DeMarcus Moreta, and there's one away. Top of the order now for the Mets. Joe Cosgrove will be the batter. Base is empty in the bottom of the third. Franklin winds and deals, and it's grounded over to the third baseman. The third baseman can't come up with it. Connor Brown is going to go into first. He's going to think about second, but the left fielder has gotten on top of it quickly, and it will be a single for Joe Cosgrove, ambushing that first pitch from Franklin. And that will bring up Taisei Nakahara. The Otani will DH to face Franklin. And that'll be inside ball 1. Mets have been patient facing Franklin today. They have taken a lot of pitches. But they've only drawn one walk. Franklin has found the zone when he has to. Nakahara grounded over the head of the third baseman. It was a hopping, crazy little infield hit there, which somehow found its way into the outfield. And the Mets are cooking here in the third, with Quinn Cotton having 2 runners on. Pitcher makes an adjustment, sending the center fielder a little bit to the center fielder's right. And Quinn, now eyeing up Franklin, delivers just outside ball 1. Cotton struck out looking and had a deep fly ball caught. When he hit the ball well. That's well hit. That's down the left field line, but it's foul. And Cotton still not finding any luck here with his hard hit balls. The 1-1. Low and outside, ball 2. Decent pitch from Franklin, but not quite tempting enough. Quinn bouncing the bat on his right shoulder. Franklin taking his time, now steps off the mound. As a ball comes into the outfield from the game on the adjoining field. We'll do it again. 2-1. Franklin to Cotton. Hit into right center field, and it's going to go bounce under the fence for a ground rule double. So the Mets are on the board with an RBI double from Quinn Cotton. It's 5-1. Connor Brown, the catcher, now coming up to the plate. And there'll be a pitchers conference on the mound with the coach and the catcher and pretty much everyone. Connor Brown had a patient day in the first game of this doubleheader. Walked twice, scored a run. And that was kind of the story for the Mets in the first game. They got on base a lot. They converted most of the runners they got on base. And it just kept chipping away at the Pirates. There were 2 runs here, 2 runs there, 1 run here, 3 runs there, and it added up to 10, and they walked off. This game, a bit more back and forth so far. First and second for Connor Brown with a 2-1 count. That's hit into center field. It's high at the track. The right fielder makes the catch. 1 run will score. The runner from second will advance to third. So Quinn Cotton will be standing at third with 2 outs for... I just adjust the scoreboard here. Runner at third, 2 outs for Jamie Dixon, the right fielder. And the Mets are now 5-2. So we have a ball game on our hands now. It's Pirates were threatening a bit of a blowout here, having gone up 5-0, but a 3-run deficit is not going to be much in the NBL. That swung into deep right field. That's going to stay fair. It's going to go under the fence with another ground rule double. The Mets score again. It's 5-3. Great work for the Mets here, getting him on and getting him over, getting him in. And Brenton Power will try to bring the power now with a runner on second and 2 outs. Franklin to Power. Play called. That's, just a touch high. Didn't miss by much. It'll be ball 1. Two outs. As a curveball, strike 1. Curveball kind of snuck in there. It looked like it was going to be low, but it didn't curve too much. Held up for a strike. Franklin to Power, outside ball 2. Two and 1. Inside ball 3. Power had one of the 10 IBIs for the Mets in the previous game. And that's a strike, just caught the outer half of the plate. And the count will run full. The payoff pitch. Swung on and into left field, but it's caught by the left fielder. It went right to him. And the Pirates limit the damage to 3. There's not much in it. Ryan Smith will come in relief to replace Taisei Nakahara. Taisei pitched better than his scoreline indicated, I would say. He had 3 innings, 4 hits, 5 runs all earned. 3 walks and 3 strikeouts. That's low for ball 1. Ryan Smith pitching to Dylan Lawler. And low again. Smith pitched well in relief last time we were at home here at the Mets. Two one. Strike on the outside half of the plate, 2-2. And the batter is saying he wasn't aware, but looked like he looked up and looked down again, which does not do you any favors. That swung on foul. Hard hit. We'll do it again, 2-2. And that's in the dirt, ball 3. Full count. Strike called, strike 3. And a Croydon bat flip for a strikeout. I'm not sure what the batter was thinking there. It looked like it was right down the middle, but anywho, there's one out. So Smith will pitch to McCarthy now. McCarthy struck out to Nakahara and also pulled a walk. McCarthy is still looking for his first hit here today. Two and one. Lefty to righty. That's grounded to the first baseman. The first baseman's going to take it himself to the bag. Smooth play, picking it out there by Walter Bass. The right-handed first baseman had to move his glove to his right side. And there's a query from the umpire about what's going on with the ball and the pitcher. Just saying he's not allowed to rub his leg the way he's doing in case his leg is sticky. Nobody likes a sticky leg. So it'll be Smith to Wagner with 2 outs. And a nice strike in the inside lower corner. Lefty on lefty. Swung on a missed strike 2. Quickly ahead in the count is Smith 0-2. Pitching at a furious cadence and he gets the called strike. And Ryan Smith silences the Pirates to take us to the bottom of the 4th. Franklin and Nakahara, no, not Nakahara, Franklin to Smith. Pitcher on pitcher. And that's a strike on the outside half of the plate. Ball outside, 2-1. Franklin has pitched well. 3 innings pitched, 2 strikeouts so far. 3 runs allowed, but that ain't bad against these Mets. And Smith spits on a pitch way outside. 3-1. Franklin to Smith. Swung on and tipped into the catcher's glove for strike 2. Smith reacted like he'd struck out there, but that was only strike 2. That's a check swing, but a strike nonetheless. And Smith strikes out to his pitching counterpart to bring in Walter Bass. So Smith replaced Gordon Cameron in the batting order. Taisei Nakahara has stayed in the game, moving over to left field. That's a strike. Nice looping curveball from Franklin to Bass. Crossed him up. That one's in the dirt. Swung on a high pop to the shortstop, and there's 2 away. That'll bring up Robert Jacobs, the center fielder. Franklin winds and deals, and it's outside with a fastball for ball 1. Time called by the batter. Check swing held up, ball 2. Franklin didn't miss by much on that pitch. A little bit high on the fastball. And that's low in the zone, but a strike called. 2-1. That's a high fly ball in a center field. It holds up for the center fielder for the 3rd out. So a quick, relatively quick 1-2-3 for the Pirates brings us into the bottom of the 4th. The 5th. Top of the 5th. So Smith has warmed up to face DeMarcus Moreira, who had the home run against Nakahara earlier. And he takes a strike on the inside half of the plate. Swings on the second pitch. That's going to go foul behind the dugout. Quickly ahead 0-2 is Smith. Lefty on righty. Winds and deals, and a slider misses the plate, not by much. Sneaky slider. Almost came back into the zone. Fastball down the middle, strike 3. And the Pirates look at strike 3 again. Mets pitchers bringing the heat here. So CP McCarthy will come to the plate, the catcher for the Pirates. Swings at the first pitch. It's going to go into right field, but hangs up for the right fielder. 2 away. First pitch swinging, first pitch caught. And a very quick 1-2 brings up George Franklin. Franklin taps the plate, swings his bat, steps out of the box, steps back into the box. Yeah, just looks like the right fielder needs a little bit of attention from the dugout. And he's going to come out of the game. Maybe the ball hit him. Play called, so it'll be Smith to Franklin. And Franklin looks at strike 1. This is the pitcher Franklin, not the outfielder Franklin. And that's very quickly 0-2 with another fastball. Smith to Franklin. Swung on, went around, strike 3. And a 3-pitch strikeout for Franklin puts another 0 on the board for the Mets. It's still 5-3. So Joe Cosgrove steps into the box, the leadoff hitter for the Mets, leadoff hitter in this inning. Franklin slides, winds, and deals, and it's low for ball one. Cosgrove has been on base every single appearance this game. That one is crushed into deep left center, and it's over the head of the center fielder and dropped. That's going to be a long single for Joe Cosgrove. It was so deep, and I think that might go down as an error because the center fielder, I think, had it and dropped it. So it'll be Franklin to Nakahara, who's moved over to left field, checks on the runner, does Franklin. Nakahara also has been on base every single time of asking in this game. That's a fastball, strike one. Nakahara looks for a pitch from Franklin. Runner goes. It's a slow stolen base, but it will be a stolen base. And Joe Cosgrove just chugged into second there, and even though the throw might have beaten him, it was not handled well by the second baseman. So Nakahara will swing on one foul there, and we now have a runner on second, an 0-2. Righty on righty. Outside. Well taken by Nakahara. It wasn't outside by much, but he holds up. Chopped to the shortstop. The shortstop fires to third and is going to get the lead runner, and he's out. Bit ambitious of Joe Cosgrove to try to advance on that play because the ball was right into the base path. So it'll be one out, and the Pirates get the lead runner. It probably would have been one out either way, but we'll have a runner on first instead of a runner on second. Quinn Cotton steps into the batter's box, or will in a second. There's a bit of a mound conference going on between the catcher and the pitcher. Franklin looking to preserve his quality start. Quinn bounces the bat on his shoulder, his red Marucci with a fairly short barrel. And swings on the first pitch, and it's off the second baseman. And they'll get two. Well, the second baseman bobbled that a bit, but it worked to his advantage as they get a double play. And the bases are cleared for the top of the sixth when we come back. Ryan Smith stays in to pitch to Angel Tejada. Lefty on righty. Swung on a miss, strike one. That one's in the dust for ball one. Smith pitches with a pretty fast cadence. He has a motion where he takes the ball, rubs it a bit, shrugs his shoulders, and then winds and deals quickly. And there's another swing and a miss, 1-2. But sometimes his initial gather and shrug is significantly abbreviated before he comes set, and that speeds him up considerably. That's just low, or maybe a bit inside, and that will be 2-2. Wind has died down a little bit here at Finsbury Park for the time being. It's very blustery earlier, but now just gently drifting across the park. That's swung under into centre field. Centre fielder is under it and makes the catch for out number one. And Smith has pitched really well so far. Four strikeouts already and 2 innings for Smith. And a scoreless sheet. And then Timur Sali takes 2 strikes quickly and is behind in the count. Just like that to Ryan Smith, having looked at one twice. That one's outside. Timur showed bunt on the first pitch. Swings at the fourth. And it will be 1-2 again. Smith winds and deals, and it's a strike 3 swinging. Tags for the out. 2 away quickly for the Mets, and Smith has been dominant over 2 2/3. He's now looking at the number 9 batter, Griff Franklin, and another swinging strike. Makes it 0-1. That one's in the dirt. 1-1. Mostly fastballs from Smith here. He does have what looks like a changeup. And what was kind of a slow delivery back to the pitcher ends up with being a mound visit. Griff Franklin will now resume against Smith, 1-1. And that's a strike at the bottom corner. Beautiful pitch from Smith. Excellent location. It'll be 1-2. And third is just a little bit too low, 2-2. All twos for Smith to the left fielder Franklin. Swung on a miss, strike 3, and another strikeout from Ryan Smith. It makes for a scoreless 6th inning, going to the bottom of the 6th. Connor Brown, the catcher, steps to the plate to face George Franklin. Franklin leads him off with a strike. Looks at a pitch low in the dust. Brown with a very upright stance, weaving the bat above his head, reminiscent of Matt Olson. Now goes ahead 2-1. That's just outside 3-1. So patient at bat here from Brown gives him a hitter's count. And that's a strike on the outside half of the plate. Brown was making a motion towards first base, but I believe that was a strike all the way. Albeit a difficult one to hit. And despite throwing a fair number of balls, Franklin has not walked a lot of batters. That one's outside. That'll be ball 4. That's only the second walk for George Franklin. But the Mets will have a runner on first for Owen Riley, the right fielder, replacement right fielder. Olsen and Riley, always a good combination. Looks a bit like Austin Riley, tallish guy with a thin beard. We'll see if he has any of the power of Austin Riley. Some discussion here with the Pirates trying to sort something out. I think they're asking if they can replace Sali, or are they asking if they can bring him in as a pitcher? I am not sure. Anyway, Franklin is warming up, so... No, excuse me. Someone else is warming up. Number 18. Let's find out who that is. Number 18 on the Pirates is Owen Wagner. So he will be pitching to replace Franklin with a man on first and no outs. Washington at Miami will be starting in about an hour. Stateside. Keep an eye on that when we get there. Well, the box score has put Angel Madrano in as the pitcher, but that's definitely Owen Wagner on the mound. Oh no, excuse me. I'm looking at the previous game. That's why. That'll do it. Owen. Yeah. Yeah, that's correct. So we'll have a battle of two Owens here. Wagner to Riley. And the umpire will dust off the plate. And we'll resume. Mets have a runner on first, no outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Lefty to righty leads him off with ball 1. Just outside. Well, come on O from one dugout and come on O from the other dugout. That's high and outside, ball 2. Nice take from Owen. That was a tempting one to swing at. And that's outside. So quickly 3-0 here for Owen Riley. Now Wagner finds the zone for strike 1. Fastball has a lot of tail on it, but kind of a predictable tail, you might say. That's swung on, foul tip into the glove, strike 2. And the count goes full. And nice take from Owen Riley. He missed the zone, not by much. And he'll step to first base. So 2 walks to lead off this inning from 2 different pitchers. We will go to first and second, still no outs for Brendan Power. Brendan Power, second baseman, looks at a ball outside. And the catcher will just talk to the pitcher a bit, who's only thrown 2 strikes so far in, what is it, 6 pitches, 7 pitches, so just settling him down a little bit. And strike on the outside at half of the plate. Nice fastball from Owen Wagner. Brendan Power likes to bounce his knees in the batter's box. But as the pitcher comes set, his head steadies and looks at a ball inside. 2-1. Wagner to Power. Outside, 3-1. Good fastball, but just did not tempt the swing. And the more you struggle to find the zone, the more batters are going to be patient with you. Ball in the dirt, and that's 3 consecutive walks for the Pirates to load the bases. And that'll bring up the pitcher, Ryan Smith. Ryan Smith put together a pretty good at-bat against Franklin previous inning. Swings at the first ball. I think it was a strike anyway, but swings through it. The third baseman took a really generous lead on that pitch. The catcher wanted to throw, but there was nobody at third base. As a runner on third, you can always lead off at least as much as the third baseman is there. Ryan Smith has now fallen behind 1 and 2, so I think the Pirates will try to get the strikeout here and not worry about the runner on third. Delivers to home. That's a grounder to second base. Flips to second. And that's high and misses the bag. But the first baseman manages to grab it. Good play from the first baseman to keep that ball in the infield. That's the replacement first baseman. Wagner moved from first baseman to pitcher. So that's Mark Bonney over there at first. Just made a great play to save a run. But the Mets score one, and it's a one-run game. And we'll now have first and third, one out. After the ground out by the pitcher, Smith. Smith gets an RBI. And that was a pretty good two-strike hit from Smith. Not a hit, but you get what I'm meaning. Contact. He was swinging and missing through most of that at-bat, but then found one he liked. Got a soft contact. It was too soft for a double play, and that's why we scored one, and we still have a runner at first. First pitch swinging into center field. It's going to drop. Mets are going to score. It's going to tie the game. And an RBI single from Walter Bass. It's a brand new ball game. The Mets are doing it again. The comeback wins have been a speciality of this team all season. They did it in their first game on opening day, and they're threatening to do it again here against the Pirates. Griff Franklin's going to step into the box now to try to add on. There's still only one out. Runners on first and second. And Owen Wagner has not looked comfortable out there so far. Check swing strike at the bottom of the zone. Nice pitch from Wagner. That swung on. Inu, center fielder, is going to drop. Runner comes around third. It's going to roll all the way to the fence. One run will score. Another runner's rounding third. It's going to score out at third on trying to stretch that out into a triple. But well worth it. 2 runs score. There'll be 2 outs, bases empty. But the Mets have taken the lead. And just like that, the Mets have gone from 5 runs down to 5-7. And excuse me, I was looking at the wrong team sheet. That was, of course, Robert Jacobs, the Mets center fielder, with the bases clearing triple. And that'll bring up Joe Cosgrove. Looks at a pitch in the dirt, ball 1. Well, these Mets are relentless. Almost everybody has scored in this lineup. 3 runs in the third and now 4 runs in the 6th. And they are absolutely punishing these Pirates pitchers on every mistake. Just been a series of good at-bats, good base running, and finding contact when it matters. That one swung. Bouncing over to shortstop. Shortstop handles it, fires to first. That'll be the 3rd out. But not before the Mets take the lead. 5-7. So the Pirates are going to try to save this game. First pitch in the dirt to the backstop from Ryan Smith. My bad, he says. Wasn't the worst pitch I've seen today, but he didn't like it. Dylan Lawler, the leadoff man, takes strike one. Top of the seventh, the Pirates at the top of their order. And that's a nice slider for strike two. Just snuck over the plate. 1-2 now. Looks at strike three, and the Pirates just keep looking at those strikeouts. They're piling on. Mets pitchers have combined for 10 strikeouts today, and 7 of those are from the guy on the mound right now, Ryan Smith. And there's some delay of the game here while the fence has come undone on the third base. The base? Is that a word? Third baseline. Ball two. There's just a sort of a snow fence type fence, which is a temporary fence down there in the third base line in the outfield. And that's causing some problems as it's blown over. So they're just adjusting that. But it'll be a strike. Oh, I thought there was a 4-pitch walk for a second, and so did the batter. It's 3-1. Ryan Smith deals, and it's cut on foul to the backstop. 3-2. So Ryan Smith has worked a full count here, having gone behind 3-0. Swung on again. That one was high. Difficult one to take, though. And Jack McCarthy, the batter, is making good contact against Smith, but yet to find fair territory. Smith to McCarthy. Swung on and missed strike three. Actually, I'm not sure if that was a swing or if it's just in the middle, but it's strike three either way. Ryan Smith gets his 8th strikeout of the game. And it'll now be lefty on lefty. Smith to Owen Wagner, and leads him off with a strike. Owen Wagner, the pitcher stroke outfielder. That one's in the dirt, 1-1. Smith looking for his 9th strikeout in only 4 innings of game. And that one's a little bit too inside. I feel like he's pitched better to the right-handers than the left-handers. But it's a fine margin. That's a strike. Slider right over the middle of the plate. Hung there a bit. Could have been one to hit, but 2-2 will be the count. That's cut high over into the adjoining field. Foul. Still 2-2. And a swinging nothing goes all the way down the line. Flip to first for the out. And Ryan Smith gets his 9th strikeout on an excellent play from the catcher. Connor Brown, the catcher, really had to chase that ball down. And that'll be the game. The Mets have done it again. 5-7 in Game 2. 10-0 in Game 1. They win both games of this doubleheader and sweep the Pirates. And at the end of a windy, coolish day in the heart of London, the Mets find themselves with a healthy 750 record. I've been M. Dean. Have a great rest of your evening and a beautiful weekend.